instead of letters for blind people, braille, to be told to be doing all that, knowing full well nothing would change under the Conservatives, to now seeing where we are, we need to invest in our public services and our public infrastructure. And I'm asking everybody here, please, please support this from the CWU, not just for the posties, but for the future of this country, for the future of my son, your children, your grandchildren. We need this. Please support this. Thank you.
Jack Callaghan, Hartlepool CLP, first-time speaker, second-time delegate. Not only am I the Vice-Chair of my CLP, I'm also the son of a steel worker at one of Hartlepool's steel plants. That means that infrastructure, industry and growth have been extremely important to my family and my area's survival. Just like our steel industry, Royal Mail is a beloved British institution. Over hundreds of years, it has developed into more than simply a postal service. It's become an iconic national asset. But like any institution, it's only as good as the people who staff it. The exceptional postal workers who day in and day out ensure that post and packages are delivered and this key piece of infrastructure continues to operate. They deserve protection and recognition as the essential workers that they are. After 14 years of Conservative chaos and a distinct lack of strategic planning, we need a constructive and grown-up approach. So, Conference, please support this motion.
Hi Conference, I'm Ollie. I'm a delegate for Postal CLP. I'm the 18-year-old secretary of the CLP, a constituency that until the 4th of July has never had a Labour MP. Like with the trains and water, privatisation has failed. This government must ensure that whoever is in charge of Royal Mail will put people first, that they must put people for their shareholders. They must ensure the staff are paid properly. The government must listen to the CWU and ensure the staff are paid appropriately. If they don't do this, then Royal Mail will fail. Thank you, Conference.
Thanks, delegates. Looking again if there's anybody that wants to speak on infrastructure 2, so I can see a delegate with a red tie at the front. There is a delegate with a black shirt that's having a conversation with a... Yep. There's another burgundy tie. And I can't see any other hands. So if the delegate... I'm going to start asking members of the panel to go up to the rostrum and give their party tricks. There's a hand up in the air with a black shirt. That's full.
Steve Garrick, Ruislip, Norfolk and Pinner, CLP. I'm standing before you today to address a deeply concerning issue that's plagued our nation for far too long. The previous government, in its reckless pursuit of profit, has left behind a trail of damage that we must now work tirelessly to repair. Sell-off after sell-off, vital national institutions which were stripped of their value piece by piece in the name of privatisation. This wasn't just a matter of poor governance, it was a betrayal of public trust. One such institution now under that threat was the Post Office, and it's almost ironic that the Conservative government were keen to protect the Telegraph from foreign investors, but not so keen when it came to the Post Office. Isn't that just showing you precisely how they act fast and loose as Conservatives? They had no qualms about selling off all of these critical parts of infrastructure, but suddenly became concerned when their own ideological flagships might have fallen into foreign hands? Where was the concern when our key assets of our nation, our public services, our industries, our resources were being sold off, dismantled and discarded by asset strippers? The damage done to this by the relentless pursuit of the economy by seeking only profit is damaging the very fabric of the UK. Communities have been left behind, workers have been abandoned and have been forced to bear the burden of decisions made behind closed doors by corporate greed. We only need to look at the damage left by these asset strippers with companies such as Asda to know the toll it's taken on the UK. This cannot continue. We must stand united in defence of our institutions, our industries and our people. We must protect the Post Office. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Nick Shaw. I'm from Stafford CLP. I'm first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Thank you. Just wanted to take a moment, actually, to pay tribute to you all, everyone who's here. I'm very proud to be here. I've got Labour in my bones. My incredible, inspirational mum, Sue Shaw, is chair of Postal District Council. Just like you and all the unsung heroes of the Labour Party, which work day in, day out for your communities and the people you serve, and here's to you all. Thank you. I'm here to speak in favour of the motion. It's essential that we bring about the universal service obligation. As we saw particularly during COVID, Royal Mail is an institution and a lifeline for people across the country, particularly in rural communities such as mine in Stafford. I know very well how prized it is for people like my nan, who actually lives in Nottinghamshire, to both write and receive mail, particularly from her great-grandchildren. And we must remember the invaluable Royal Mail workers and protect them to keep these flagship infrastructure assets going. Please support the motion.
Hello, everybody. My name is Harry Taylor. I am a first-time delegate for High Peak and a first-time attender of this conference. I would like to start by thanking Louise for all the brilliant things she's done with public transport, bringing the trains back under public ownership. I'm a student in Sheffield, where your constituency is, and I'm sure I don't need to tell you how important it is that we have those transport links. However, that's not what I'm here to talk to you about today. I would also like to urge you to support the motion put forward by the CWU. My mum worked for, and now works for again, the Royal Mail, and during the strikes over the past few years, I went along with her to a demonstration in Parliament Square. I saw firsthand how important this strong British institution is, not only to its workers, but to the people of this country. And that is why I strongly urge you to support this motion to help my mum and her friends, who we all consider family, to get on with the job they love. Thank you.
Andy Walker, City of Durham, CLP delegate. I want to support the Infrastructure 2 composite and to pay tribute to the CWU members and our fantastic postal workers for being a lifeline for many people, including my father. My father is 94 years old. He's profoundly deaf in one ear and completely deaf in the other ear. The only way that I can communicate with him, and many members of our family have been able to communicate with him over recent years, is through the medium of writing him letters. It's kept him in touch with what's going on, not just in our family, but also in politics and in the world. And we sometimes forget the vital role that postal workers play in providing that kind of a lifeline. And I just want to say thank you to all of the postal workers for facilitating that, but also to commend this resolution for people's support here today. And not just in relation to, basically saying thank you to the postal workers. I think it's really important that these services, because that is what they are, services, not businesses, and they should be run in the interests of ordinary people, not profit. Please support the motion.
Thanks, Delegate. I'll try and go around for another round to see if anybody else wants to speak. I can see a delegate in red here, yep. There is a accessibility steward right at the back with their hand up, yep. There is a delegate, the hand that I can see there, yep. Yourself, yep. And curly hair. Yeah. Thank you. Yep.
Hello, conference. I'm Barb Roberts. I am from Hackney South and Shoreditch. I'm here today representing the SHA. Not my first time as a delegate. I've spoken at Women's Conference, but this is my first time to National Conference. So, thank you. And finally, to be speaking under a Labour government, I'd add. So why is someone from the SHA wanting to speak to you? Well, I am the daughter of a postie, and my younger sibling brother became a postie. My mother, we lived in a little village in Derbyshire, close to the Peak District, and I remember my mum coming in after a morning round when we got 6 inches of snow on the ground, and her fingers literally with frostbite from delivering post and parcels, crying. So that's one reason. And another reason, you may be familiar with these lines. Night mail. This is the night mail crossing the border, bringing the cheque and the postal order. Letters for the rich, letters for the poor, the shop at the corner, the girl next door. You may remember that famous lines from a poem by Ted Hughes, and it had a night of keeping the Royal Mail night train. And I'm disgusted. Thank you. I'm disgusted that after 200 years they want to scrap the night mail service connecting our large towns, small towns, and thus out into our village communities. Anyway, the health reason. Fast forward, 2020, the pandemic. Millions of us were isolated for about a whole year, myself included, because we were vulnerable people. We couldn't go outside our front doors. Our only way of communicating was either by the TV, watching news, or if we were lucky enough to own the devices, computers and laptops and, tablets. And we relied on the letterbox. We relied on the postal service to keep us in touch with the outside world, waiting for hospital appointments, doctor's appointments. Will they ever come? Or letting you know that your hospital appointment has been cancelled because of the pandemic.
Thanks.
And they will give you a phone call,
Thank
so
you,
you're
Delegate.
waiting. So please support the CWU motion. Thank you, comrades.
Cheers. Next delegate.
Jocelyn Scott, Cambridge CLP. Growth and infrastructure development are dependent upon the equal participation of women. The Chancellor Rachel Reeves has said she wishes to emulate Harriet Harman and Barbara Castle in the Equal Pay Act and in the Equalities Act by ending the pay gap. The 2024 gender pay gap, compounding the pensions pay gap, is 14.5%. The United Kingdom is 17, down from 13 amongst OECD countries. Unequal pay arises first in trades and professions where women participate with men, and second, in traditional female fields, nursing, teaching, childcare, elder care, welfare work, librarianship, public service, shop and post office counter work in particular. Consistent with this motion, the wage and pensions gap should be ended by establishing industrial panels to review women's wages in traditional fields through work skills value inquiries, assessing work skills to adjust wages in women's traditional work in women's traditional fields comparable to wages in men's traditional fields, recognising that women's work skills are equal to the work skills in male traditional fields. Consistent, delegates, with this motion supporting the equal rights of women and men as workers in the post office, in public service and in the economy generally, this motion deserves our full support. Women have an equal right to participate. Women have an equal right to equal pay in the post office, in the public service, in all women's traditional fields consistent with men's traditional fields. Delegates, support this motion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. Brothers and sisters, I stand here before you in supermarket chic. I'm a retired rail worker and RMT member, and I remember British Rail. I'm that old. I remember promises of new owners of train operating companies telling us they were the best thing since sliced bread. British Rail had been allowed to deteriorate, to be run down by the Tories, by Thatcher, in preparation for privatisation, with rolling stock falling to pieces and so old that a certain newspaper that we don't mention anymore was used to stop drafts in windows. What happened was a selling off of assets, land, rolling stock, anything that didn't move or did move, by the Tories. I would say by the Tories' friends who actually won the franchises is probably more correct. This left us with very little rolling stock, shortage of capacity, more crowded trains, and in some cases, when staff had decided to take early retirement and discuss shortage of staff. What we had was a lot of publicity from the new owners about how fantastic a modern train service would be. Well, it would be if we had one. But the owners are more concerned with flying balloons or operating school buses in the United States. So that was the asset stripping of the railway. I'm also a councillor in Gedling, which is the pothole capital of Nottinghamshire. I see the rundown of our postal services. I see people not getting letters that are urgently needed. I see them having letters delivered late or not at all, or having to go to the local sorting office to see if their missing mail is there. And this has been carrying on for several years, and we've seen it getting worse and worse. And I have every sympathy with postal workers. They work in the most tremendous conditions. Some people's pathways should be condemned. As a retired health and safety rep, I would say that. But the prospect of another asset stripper taking over the post office is distressing. And I call on this conference to support this motion. Thank you.
Hello comrades, I'm Ronnie Moore, I'm from Middlesbrough South, East Cleveland. I think we know how this goes. First time delegate, first time speaker at conference. I'd like to speak in support of the CWU motion. The area where we live is quite rural, a lot of it is quite rural, lots of up and downs, lots of miles to walk, and I have to say, over the last 2 years since I left my role as Mental Health Chief Exec, I'm now able to do more in the party because charity law enables me to do that. So we have walked miles and miles and miles, which is what our posties do every single day, and I applaud them because we have some pretty grotty weather sometimes as well. In Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland, we had a former MP, Simon Clark, who I have to say we delighted when we kicked him out this year by a slender win of 214 votes to our new MP, Luke Meyer. In the year previous to that, we also managed to elect 4 local councillors, Labour councillors, 2 in Gisborough, councillors Lisa Robson and Bill Southers, and 2 in Skelton West, which was a Tory stronghold with 2 of Simon's most, well, adored people, that's all I'll say. So we elected councillors Ursula Earle and John McHugh. And I was in Skelton West on polling day that day, and I think I walked about 12 miles up and down in that day, and my feet felt it the next day. In this general election campaign, we have, unfortunately on Teesside, we have the only Tory mayor who survived this year. We have Ben Houchen, who spent a lot of time writing to many, many constituents, urging them to vote for Simon Clark. We bumped into many of those posties many days, and their post sacks were much heavier than normal. I have to say they also delivered a lot of Labour literature for us as well. But I think our victory was certainly helped by our postal workers, so it's now our time to help them. So I urge you, comrades, to support this vote.
Thanks, all delegates that have spoken. I appreciate there's a lot of topics that we are waiting to debate, but I'm stuck with the agenda I've got, so I'm going round to ask if there are any other speakers that are willing to speak. I can see a delegate with glasses on their head, and the accessibility steward. Yeah. And I can see a delegate with a hand, book in the air.
Rebecca Lewis, Wickham CLP. Wickham, where we've just elected our first Labour MP since 1951 in Emma Reynolds. I'm speaking in support of what Louise Haigh is doing in transport because I've seen the difference that publicly owned buses can make to the lives of young people. I'm a teacher. It's my 20th year of teaching. I'm very happy I'm not having to go on strike because we've got a government who respects my profession enough to give us a pay rise. So thanks for that. I used to teach in Reading, and Reading is one of the only towns where there are still publicly owned buses. And the children I taught in Reading, they benefited from a reliable, publicly owned bus service. In Wickham, where I am now, we've got different private companies that switch around every week, and it's really, really unreliable. I door-knocked a young man who'd managed to get work experience at Pinewood Film Studios. He was so excited, but he had to turn it down because the public transport system couldn't get there. These years of Tory privatisation have blighted the lives of our young people, and thanks very much, Louise Haigh and the new Labour government, for giving these young people some hope.
Yeah, Jim Buchanan, Paul CLP. A constituency that has never had a Labour MP until July the 4th, where we won with a colossal majority of 18. I want to say some thank yous. It would not have been possible without the trade union movement. I want to thank the CWU, Dave Ward, for throwing money in. I want to thank Sharon Graham at Unite for throwing money in. I want to thank my ASLEF colleagues and comrades for chucking money in, and my own union, the RMT, for helping make that happen. I want to thank Lou for being a fantastic Minister of Transport already, and I want to thank her for all of the efforts she's putting in to settle our dispute, which has been going on too long and it's been too painful. So I've got a lot of sympathy for posties now that I didn't have when I started. When you do leaflets around sandbanks, you know, and you go up the road and you put the leaflet in the door and you go up 100 yards up another drive like Hansel and Gretel and you put the leaflet in the door and it's the same bleeding door, you know. Anyway, let's talk to the motion. I'd urge you all to support it. The ASLEF comrade made a good point here about why aren't we reinvigorating mail on rail. I mean, everybody knows it's the right thing and a sensible thing to do. Stimulates the economy, it's green. So not just the night mail train, but all of the mail trains that we used to have around the country. I wish you well with this. But I see this motion in a slightly different way. I see this, and I hope that this is the first step. And the first step is by giving workers a stake in the company, a stake in the kingdom that they work within. But I wish you well, and I do sincerely hope that this is the first step into kicking the spivs out once and for all and bringing Royal Mail back where it belongs, into public ownership. Thank you.
Thanks, Delegate. So, last speaker in this round.
Michael Ward, Arundel and South Downs Constituency Labour Party. I want to congratulate the Labour Government and thank Louise for, in the first few weeks of the Labour Government, scrapping the wasteful, anti-environmental Arundel bypass scheme. Our constituency has campaigned solidly against this bypass. It's a Tory scheme. It comes up under every Tory government. The costs have risen, the benefits are limited, it's environmentally destructive, and it destroys villages. We were delighted to find in the election manifesto a commitment to defer the bypass, and we went out and campaigned on that, especially one of our members who had been in the forefront of taking national highways to judicial review to stop the scheme. We were delighted to find it there in the manifesto. We were even more delighted, Louise, when you announced that you were scrapping it altogether and not just deferring it on the 29th of July. It's very important that with our commitment to infrastructure and growth, we should not fall victim to supporting every extravagant fantasy project of the civil engineering profession. We need to develop a green and sustainable transport policy. Alistair Darling, as Secretary of State, stopped the Arundel bypass in 2003. Now Louise has stopped it again in 2024. Let's hope we've heard the last of it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate, and thank you to all those that spoke in the debate. That concludes this session. So votes on this composite and the other composites that have been debated this afternoon will be at the end of this afternoon's session, or plenary. Carwyn Jones will now replace me as Chair. Thanks, Conference.
Right, Conference, good afternoon. And now we move on to what many will say is one of the highlights of Conference, of course, here from Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Without further ado then, it's my pleasure to introduce the Scotland debate. Would you please welcome the Secretary of State for Scotland, Ian Murray. Hooray!
Slightly noisier than last year, but good afternoon, Conference. It's a privilege to be here in Liverpool as just one of Scottish Labour's 37 Members of Parliament. Let me just say that again. 37 Scottish Labour MPs. Conference, they are all fantastic. They'll be great members of Parliament, each of whom will do wonderful things in their communities and for Scotland. To say I'm happy as Larry would be an understatement, although as some of you may have read, Larry isn't always happy to see me. Conference, in his final campaign visit to Scotland, the Prime Minister, isn't it great to say that as well, reiterated what he first said back in 2020, that the route to a Labour government runs through Scotland. By voting Labour, Scottish voters put Scotland at the heart of this Labour government and kicked out the Tories. It is the privilege of my life to serve in Keir Starmer's cabinet, working alongside the brilliant Kirsty McNeill as Scotland Office Minister and Melanie Ward as our PPS in the Scotland Office. We've got Martin McCluskey in the Whip's Office, Douglas Alexander serving as Trade Minister, and of course Energy Minister Michael Shanks. Michael's seismic by-election victory in Rutherglen a year ago kick-started our most successful general election campaign in a generation. But, Conference, none of this was inevitable. There is nothing in the political rule book which says a failing government must give way to the opposition. We won in Scotland because we planned and executed a winning strategy, which promised what the Scottish people demanded: change. It began with Keir Starmer changing our party to put it back in the service of working people, and it was powered by the energy, enthusiasm, leadership, and maybe even a little bit of dancing of Anas Sarwar. Our campaign was implemented meticulously by a world-class team of Scottish Labour staff and activists, led by our fantastic Scottish General Secretary, John Paul McHugh. John Paul, thank you to you and all the team. And as co-chair of the Scottish campaign, along with the legendary Dame of Dumbarton, Jackie Baillie, I was so proud to see that hard work pay off. Jackie, thank you for everything that you did. I've still not paid you that tenner. Conference, we should be proud of our success. It took us 14 years to get rid of one of Scotland's two failing governments, but the real hard work started the day after the election to get rid of the other one. There are only 592 days till Scots return to the polls, or 591 sleeps, as my daughter Zola would say. And as wonderful as July's results was, we can take nothing for granted. Those who voted Labour in Scotland on the 4th of July voted for change because they had been let down badly by their two governments. They did not come home to Labour. They chose us in the hope and expectation that we will deliver for them, and that is what we must and are determined to do. We know it will not be easy, that there is a real sense of this purpose, this Labour purpose, to the tough choices that will fix the foundations. And by fixing those foundations, we can build that brighter future for every part of our country. And as the Prime Minister, the Chancellor just before lunch, and Anas have said repeatedly, there will be no return to austerity. And I want to say that again. There will be no return to austerity. My team and I in the Scotland office will play our part, supported by the most dedicated and professional team of civil servants. We have reset the relationship with the Scottish Government. There are many things on which Labour and the SNP will never agree, but grown-up politics means two governments working together. It's what Scots expect and what we will deliver. But Conference, I will also not shy away from calling out the tragic failure of the SNP. 860,000 of our fellow Scots stuck on NHS waiting lists, 10,000 of our children with no home to call their own, the worst attainment gap between the richest and poorest pupils on record, and tax decisions this year that cost more than they raised, with working people paying more but getting less, while the Scottish National Party make £500 million of cuts to services, all to pay for their own financial incompetence. The Scottish people deserve better, and my department in the Scotland Office has a crucial role in changing things right now. The Scotland Office has 4 priorities to help deliver our government's national missions: economic growth, green energy, brand Scotland, and of course tackling poverty. I want to see the Scotland Office working directly with the Scottish Government and local governments in Scotland to drive growth in every single community. Powering that growth will be GB Energy to create jobs, drive down bills, and ensure our existing world-class energy workforce can lead and benefit from these new industries of the future. GB Energy will be owned by the public, and Conference, I can exclusively announce today that GB Energy will be headquartered in Scotland. We will also drive growth by promoting brand Scotland, from shipbuilding, science and salmon to Scotch culture and services. We're the best in the world, and by selling Scotland to the world, we can unlock jobs and all of that investment potential. Gordon Brown once spoke of prudence with a purpose, and all that work to grow our economy, to go green and promote our brand has a strong purpose too: to tackle the scourge of poverty, to raise wages, protect and invest in our public services, and to ensure everyone in life has the security of work and that opportunity to succeed. Conference, lifting people out of poverty is what Labour governments do. It's in our DNA. We've done it before, and we will do it again. Delivering all of this will be challenging. Of course it will take time. The financial inheritance we knew about would be tough, the worst since the Second World War. It's been compounded by the £22 black hole we didn't know about. Another act of astonishing economic vandalism from the Tories that they've just walked away from with no responsibility. But the economic inheritance we face isn't just fiscal. It's also structural. It's also industrial. The foundations of Scotland's industrial economy are incredibly fragile. We've seen that in the last month alone. That is the consequence of more than a decade without an industrial strategy for Scotland. Scotland has a very proud industrial past, and it will have a bright industrial future which guarantees jobs and wealth for families for generations and generations to come. Our plan is a good one, rooted in Labour values and with a clear purpose. It's a plan which will begin to deliver the change that Scotland needs, remember that phrase, and set the conditions for success in 592 days' time, when the people of Scotland will have the chance to vote for change. To elect a Labour government in Scotland which works hand in glove with Keir Starmer's government and make my friend Anas Sarwar our next First Minister. Conference, change in Scotland began on the 4th of July. The opportunity to deliver lasting change for our country is in all our hands. Let's take that result from the 4th of July and deliver it together. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for that speech, Ian. Now, can we please welcome to the lectern the leader of Scottish Labour, Anas Sarwar.
Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Conference. Thank you. Conference, thank you for that wonderful introduction, and what a year it has been. In the 12 months since we last met, we no longer have a Tory government. We now have the fewest Tory MPs in modern political history. We have seen the SNP beaten in Scotland, and we now have a UK Labour government that has started the journey for change. And we have, crucially, for the first time in 14 years, a Labour Prime Minister. A Prime Minister that understands Scotland, cares about Scotland, and is determined to deliver for Scotland. And for the first time ever, we have a female Chancellor in Rachel Reeves, who made a fantastic speech earlier today and made clear there will be no return to austerity with a Labour government. And in Scotland, we delivered a political earthquake. With a record swing to Scottish Labour, our share of the vote went up 16%, meaning we now have not one Scottish Labour MP, we now have 37 Scottish Labour MPs, putting Scotland at the heart of a Labour government. 37 brilliant Scottish Labour MPs. Let's see them. Come on, stand up, stand up. Stand up and take a bow. "37 fantastic champions for Scotland." And friends, we have Ian Murray, who for so long was the sole Scottish Labour voice at Westminster, but is now the voice for Scotland around the Cabinet table. Thank you, Ian Murray. Scotland led the way in delivering a Labour government and delivering a Labour Prime Minister. And Scotland led the way in delivering the change the UK needs. Because, friends, the importance of the election victory cannot be overstated. Just think about how the last couple of months would have panned out differently had the Tories stayed in power. When those far-right thugs took to the streets of the UK, Keir Starmer and his government faced them down and made it clear that the politics of hate has no place in our country. When a £22 billion Tory black hole was discovered, Rachel Rees acted quickly to protect the public finances and to protect working people's pockets. And just think what would have happened if the Tories were still in power. Thank goodness we now have a serious Labour government with competence, compassion and decency at its heart. After 14 years of Tory chaos, we have a Labour government standing up for our values, Labour's values. So no more will the politics of division and prejudice rule in our country. The time has come for the politics of decency, of compassion and, above all, hope. That is the change that we have begun together, and that is the brighter, better United Kingdom that we are building together too. And in Scotland, we led the way in making this change happen. Scotland is part of Labour's history, but we are also part of Labour's present and, most importantly, Labour's future. As Keir has said during the election, there is no change without Scotland, and there is no Labour without Scotland. But the truth is that the story of Labour's revival is only half written. You see, Conference, for lots of you, there was only one incompetent government you had to get rid of. But in Scotland, we were stuck with two. So at the general election, we got rid of one incompetent government, and in 2026, we finish the job and we get rid of the other one. That's the next stage of change for Scotland. Because as we speak, nearly 1 in 6 Scots are stuck on an NHS waiting list. Thousands have been driven into private health care. Drugs and alcohol deaths remain stubbornly high. Rough sleeping persists, and homelessness is at record levels. The education attainment gap remains, and the economic flatlining has damaged our businesses. But how does the SNP government react? It hikes taxes on working people and doubles down on the politics of blame and division. Working Scots left to pay the price of nearly 2 decades of SNP failure. Working Scots left to struggle to get medical care because of 2 decades of SNP failure. And working Scots having to watch public services crumble before their eyes because of 2 decades of SNP failure. Because when Scotland most needs change, when it needs fresh leadership and it needs new ideas, all the SNP offer is internal division and outward incompetence. The same tired people in power peddling the same old excuses. But frankly, the time is up for the SNP, because they are a party that has lost their vision and lost their way, and above all, they have lost their ambition for Scotland. Because, Conference, Scotland is a country of enormous potential and that is brimming with talent. But we are still being held back by an SNP government that is failing Scots on a daily basis and has nothing but decline and division to offer to the people. But for me, and for Scottish Labour, Scotland is the best country in the world. Our potential is limitless, just like the ambition and vision of our people. We have the expertise, we have the skills, we have the natural resources, we have the workforce, and we have the entrepreneurs that we need to deliver a decade of renewal. But this requires a government at Holyrood that is ready and willing to work with others to make this happen. That's why the new UK Labour government is already acting now to deliver the change Scotland needs. A UK Labour government with Scotland at its heart has got straight to work. Delivering the energy transition with GB Energy, a publicly owned energy generation company headquartered in Scotland. And from looking at Michael Shank's face, he can't wait to get on with the job of delivering GB Energy and transforming people's lives, creating thousands of jobs and making sure Scotland leads the way and leads the world in clean energy. And we started action to transform the world of work with Angela Rayner's game-changing New Deal for working people. And we have made the Scotland office Scotland's window to the world. Not selling Scotland to the Scots, but selling brand Scotland to the world, delivering investment for our country, boosting exports and creating more jobs. Because Scotland is tired of being held back. It's time to turn the page on division and decline, and this conference is the change Scotland needs. So at the general election, as I say, we did half the job. But in 2026, it's our chance to finish the job by electing a Scottish Labour government that works for everyone in Scotland. And as we look towards the 2026 Scottish Parliament election, I want to be clear. Others might want to talk Scotland down, but I and all of Scottish Labour are relentlessly positive for the future of our country. Because Scotland's best days lie ahead of us. Things can and they will get better. We will make Scotland the best country in the world to live, to learn, to work and to do business in. We will unlock the potential of our workers and our natural resources by making Scotland a world leader in green technology. We will save our NHS by transferring power away from the managers and the bureaucrats towards the doctors and the nurses. And we will get our economy back on track by supporting businesses and workers to thrive. That is what is on offer, a fairer and healthier future with Scottish Labour. And I believe that different future is possible, a future that I am determined to see delivered for the people of Scotland, a brighter and more prosperous Scotland, a Scotland where everyone is helped to thrive. That is what we offer, that is the change we need, and that is the change we will deliver. Scottish Labour, the party of change and hope. Conference, that's the future we will deliver together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for that, and that's very inspiring. Let's come to Wales now. Yeah, that was intended to get that reaction. Thanks for that. Let's hear from our Welsh colleagues. Rhowch groeso nawr I Ysgrifennydd Gwladol Cymru. Please give a warm welcome now to the Secretary of State for Wales, Joe Stevens.
Thank you, Conference. It is a huge privilege to address you for the first time as the Secretary of State for Wales. And as the first woman to be Labour Secretary of State for Wales, I'm so proud to be working alongside my friends and colleagues, Eluned Morgan and Dame Nia Griffith, in a new era for Welsh Labour and for women's representation at the top of Welsh politics. We earned a resounding mandate at the general election. 27 of the 32 members of Parliament in Wales are now Labour MPs. But there's not a single Tory MP left in Wales. And that result is in large part because of the dedication of members, volunteers, trade union friends and party staff in this room and across the country. So I want to say thank you for pounding those pavements, for every door you knocked, for every conversation that you had. You have helped deliver on the once-in-a-generation opportunity to have two Labour governments at both ends of the M4 working together to deliver on the priorities of people across Wales with our mission-driven government. Thank you. But with that special opportunity comes a huge responsibility to deliver and to do so quickly. And that's what I want to talk about today. Because conference, as we know, the inheritance that the Conservatives left us is worse than we ever could have imagined. That £22 billion black hole in the public finances just in this financial year. Those pie-in-the-sky commitments that the Tories made to people across Wales, but with no money to pay for them. A toxic legacy of distrust between both governments. And a Wales office that had been deliberately led to bypass the Welsh Government. But even in those difficult circumstances, we've already found ways to demonstrate the difference that two Labour governments can make. We've fundamentally reset the relationship between the UK Government and the Welsh Government. And Eluned and I are forging a new partnership based on respect, cooperation and delivery. We're securing a sustainable future for steel in Wales, the lifeblood of so many of our communities. In just 10 weeks, this Labour government negotiated a better deal with Tata that secures the immediate future of Port Talbot, lays the foundations for future investment and enhances protections for the workforce in Port Talbot, in Llanwern, in Trostre and in Shotton. But I'm all too aware it remains a difficult time for affected workers, their families and our steel communities. Under the Conservative government, not a single penny of the money promised to support our steel communities went out of the door. But just a month after taking office, I was proud to announce the first release of £13.5 million in support, because we're putting a safety net in place because this Labour government will always back workers and businesses, whatever happens. Working with Transport Secretary Ken Skates, we've announced boosting the number of trains running on the North Wales main line by 50%. That will be a key improvement passengers will see on the platforms, not some half-baked promise that never leaves the station. And we've established the publicly owned Great British Energy. That will supercharge the strides that Welsh Government has already made. Our investment will unleash the potential we have for clean power in Wales, from new nuclear in Ynys Môn to floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea, and the development of our ports at Milford Haven, Port Talbot and across South Wales. We will seize the golden opportunity of this new industrial revolution for Wales, drive down energy bills for good and place Wales at the forefront of those industries and jobs of the future. But we know there's more to do to deliver positive change in people's lives that we promised. And that's why today I'm proud to announce a new partnership between our two Labour governments to drive down NHS waiting lists on both sides of the border. UK Government will take inspiration from Wales on dentistry, where reforms have already unlocked almost 400,000 appointments in the last 2 years, and we're a nation of only 3 million people. And the Welsh Government will benefit from best practice shared by NHS England, as my colleague Wes Streeting oversees the rollout of new, more productive ways of working across England to deliver those 40,000 extra appointments every week. This is the beginning of a new way of working together that will help improve outcomes in both nations and deliver on our missions. And it's only been possible because a changed Wales office under Labour has a strong voice across government. I will always be our fiercest advocate in Westminster, leading a recharged Wales office and a brilliant team of Welsh Labour MPs. From Penarth to Pembrokeshire to Prestatyn, reaching into every part of Wales and back across Welsh and UK governments to make sure Wales gets what it needs. And Conference, we will deliver on our missions to create wealth from every community for every community. Because Conference, this job is personal for me. I was born in Wales, I grew up in Wales, and now, as a privileged member of this new UK Labour government, I'm ready to deliver for Wales. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Nawr te, mae'n bleser mawr I gyflwyno arweinydd Llafur Cymru a Phrif Weinidog Cymru. It's a great pleasure now to introduce the Leader of Welsh Labour and the First Minister of Wales, Eluned Morgan.
Conference, I am proud to stand before you today, not just as the Welsh Labour leader, but as a catalyst for change. I am the first Labour woman in the history of our party to lead a country, and isn't that about time? Now, I've taken office at a moment of real opportunity. For 14 long years, we in Wales have faced friction and frustration battling against the tide of Tory rule in Westminster. But now, the winds of change are blowing, and they're blowing in Labour's favour. Can you feel it? The energy, the optimism, the sheer potential of what we can achieve together. We now have two Labour governments united in one mission to deliver real, transformative change for the people of Wales and for the people of the United Kingdom. Now, I've been in this role for just 48 days. And I've experienced a seismic shift in the relationship between our two governments. Already, we've begun to deliver. Inflation-busting pay rises for our public sector workers, a commitment to cleaner, greener jobs and renewable energy, better support packages for Tata steel workers. But this is just the beginning. Now, my roots are firmly planted in the proud Welsh radical tradition of Nye Bevan, of Neil Kinnock, and of Rhodri Morgan. Growing up in a vicarage in Ely, I grew up in a vicarage in Ely, Cardiff, formerly Europe's largest council housing estate. And I witnessed firsthand the corrosive impact of inequality and injustice. I remember Rob. He was a really bright young boy who, at just 10 years old, found himself wandering the streets after being kicked out of his home. Now, my father discovered him at the back of our church. Rob had the potential to shine as brightly as any of my brothers, but someone had convinced him not to bother turning up for his GCSEs because exams aren't for the likes of us. Well, I'm in politics for the Robs of this world, to ensure that that talent isn't wasted, and to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to fulfil their potential. Dwi wedi dod yn brif weinidog Cymru ar foment arbennig. Nawr mae gyda ni gyfle gyda dwy lywodraeth lafur yn cydweithio I adeiladu partneriaeth mewn pŵer a fydd yn trawsnewid ein cymdeithas. Fe newn ni hynny trwy weithio ar y cyd yn cynnwys ar draws ein gwasanaeth iechyd. I don't get a clap for that bit, do I? That was the best bit of the speech. Now, over the summer, I travelled across Wales and I engaged on high streets, in agricultural shows and on factory floors. And I listened really carefully to what people had to say. And what I heard has helped shape the priorities that we're going to focus on until the next Senedd elections. But as we set out that vision for the future, it's worth reminding people what we've already achieved despite 14 years of Tory austerity. And we've made remarkable progress. In Wales, if you're over 60 and you need to catch a bus, it's free. If you're parking in a hospital, it's free. If you need medicine, it's free. And since I've become First Minister, I'm proud to say that if you're a primary school child in Wales, your lunch is free. We also give care leavers a universal basic income. We have the second best recycling rates on the planet. We've introduced a youth guarantee scheme and we've brought in laws to eliminate profit from children's care homes. Now, we know we face big challenges. The NHS in Wales, like the rest of the UK, is under pressure and needs reform. But in many aspects, we're further ahead with those reforms. These challenges demand action, and we're tackling them head-on. We've got a new GP contract to eliminate the 8 a.m. bottleneck. We have teeth-cleaning programmes in our schools and our care homes. We have ambitious community prescribing schemes. We have dedicated mental health support in schools and via phone lines. But you know what? We're not claiming a monopoly on good ideas. We're ready to learn from our neighbours and we're happy to share where we've already delivered. And what comes next? Well, as the new Labour, I promise you this. I will focus relentlessly on delivering the people's priorities before setting out our vision for that next election. We stand ready to work with the UK Government to develop the recommendations of Gordon Brown's excellent report on constitutional reform. Now, soon we will be approaching the 2026 Welsh Senedd elections, and at that point, the nation will stand at a crossroads. Labour has been the largest party in Wales for more than 100 years. And I want you to know that record is not going to slip on my watch. A lot done, a lot to do, and a hell of a lot to lose if we're not to return to power. We can't achieve everything overnight, but I'm delighted to be working with the first woman Secretary of State for Wales, Jo Stevens, and the Deputy Leader of Welsh Labour, Caroline Harris, as we gear up for that challenge. 3 feisty women determined to succeed for the people that we represent. With Welsh Labour governments in Cardiff and Westminster, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build a fairer, greener and more prosperous future for everyone. Let's seize this moment. Let's work tirelessly to deliver the change that people deserve. Let's give hope, not just to Wales, but to Britain, to all who believe in the power of progressive politics to transform lives. Diolch, Conference.
Diolch yn fawr iawn am hwnna, Eluned. Now, let's move on to the final report we have, last but definitely not least. And the final report comes from our Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Hilary Benn.
Good afternoon, Conference. It is an honour to address you today as the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland in our new Labour government, and a privilege to be working with such a great team, Fleur Anderson, Ruth Anderson and our PPS, Matt Rodder. You know, the last Labour holder of this office to make the journey from opposition into government was the late, great Mo Mowlam. Just consider what she and that government faced in May 1997. Northern Ireland was still bitterly divided. Numerous rounds of multi-party talks had shown promise, but none had yet succeeded. At times, the obstacles seemed insurmountable, and the threat of violence ever present. And yet, 11 months later, in April 1998, in the words of Seamus Heaney, hope and history rhymed as the Good Friday Agreement was signed. Something few people who had lived through the Troubles thought they would ever see. Peace. Today we stand on the shoulders of those giants whose courageous political leadership made it happen, and be in no doubt, this government will always uphold the Good Friday Agreement in letter and in spirit. Northern Ireland has been transformed, but as always, new times bring new challenges. And I pay tribute to the First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, and the Deputy First Minister, Emma Little-Pengelly, and to the whole executive in Stormont for the positive start they have made since devolution was restored in February. Stability is the foundation of everything. And with it, and with their programme for government, the executive can now make the most of the opportunities and address the challenges. The longest NHS waiting lists in the whole of the United Kingdom, the pressures in education, the lack of affordable childcare, and the demands on the police service of Northern Ireland, whose officers do so much to keep people safe, not least during the terrible disorder of last month. There are no easy answers. The executive, like all governments, must live within its means. So we will support the executive as it seeks to transform Northern Ireland's public services. We get that the executive needs to be able to plan for the future. So we will take forward discussions on a long-term fiscal framework. We understand the importance of investment in growth, including through city deals like the one in Belfast, which is roaring ahead, and the one in Derry, London, Derry and Strabane, that we signed only last week, which will bring huge investment to the northwest of Northern Ireland. And we will work with the executive to see all parts of Northern Ireland flourish. Now, let's be clear, the departure of the UK from the European Union and the reckless approach of successive Tory governments has created a problem in Northern Ireland. So this government will take all necessary steps to safeguard Northern Ireland's place in the UK internal market, maintain the open border on the island of Ireland, and uphold our international agreements. We will implement the Windsor framework pragmatically and in good faith. We want to negotiate an SPS and veterinary agreement with the EU, not least because it would help smooth the flow of goods across the Irish Sea. Conference, there is another Tory wrong that falls to us to put right. I have met many families who have lost loved ones in the Troubles. I have found it very difficult to listen to their stories. Imagine what it is like for them as they recount yet again the sheer brutality of what happened. And some tell of the passing of the years without finding answers. The Tories' Legacy Act has rightly been rejected by victims and survivors, all of the Northern Ireland political parties and the Irish government. And that is why Labour will repeal and replace it. And we will, of course, make sure that ICRA, the independent commission whose job it is to find those answers for families, is compliant with Article 2 of the European Convention on Human Rights. We will consult widely in doing so, recognising that this will involve some really difficult discussions and conversations, because many people will hold different views about the right way forward. But you know what? History teaches us that it is only by coming to terms with the past that we can move forward to the future. And what a future, what an opportunity now beckons for Northern Ireland, not least because of its integral place in the UK market and its access to the EU single market. It is home to bedrock and cutting-edge industries, from shipbuilding to agriculture, composite aircraft wings to electric and hydrogen buses, a growing television and film industry, world-leading companies in cybersecurity and artificial intelligence, thriving services, great universities, and a dynamic voluntary sector. As I travel around, I am so impressed and I am so inspired by the creativity, skill and enterprise I see in people right across Northern Ireland. And I want others to see that too, so that they come and invest in the jobs and prosperity of the future. Conference, the agreement reached in April 1998 did not solve everything. It was, by its very nature, a compromise. And as Mo Mowlam said during the negotiations, everybody is going to get something. No one is going to get 100% of what they want. And in accepting that, everyone involved and all of us across these islands got something that was far, far more valuable: an end to violence and the dawn of a new era. And so, in that spirit and with hope, let this generation show the same determination as those political giants in whose footsteps we now follow, as together we seek to forge a better future for Northern Ireland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hilary. Well, that concludes the nation's reports. And now Shabana Mahmood will be joining us as Conference Chair. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much, everybody. Hello, conference. It's very nice to be back on the platform and in the hot seat for our next session. Our second mission plenary of the day is on making Britain a clean energy superpower. And to start the debate, it is my pleasure to call my friend and colleague, the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, Steve Reid.
Thank you very much, Shabana, and good afternoon, Conference. Can I start by thanking my fantastic ministerial team who were arrayed before us at the front of the hall. Emma, Sue, Daniel and Mary, who's not with us. She's on her way to address the UN General Assembly about our ambitions for nature. Conference. So many of our earliest and happiest memories are about exploring the great outdoors. As a kid, I loved splashing about in the waves on a beach, watching the fish and crabs darting around a rock pool, climbing the trees in the woods at the end of our road. But parents today worry their kids may not have the same chances. Our rivers and seas are polluted. We see fewer birds and butterflies in the garden. Nature is in trouble. Ask people what makes them most proud to be British, and our beautiful countryside is right up there. This green and pleasant land, celebrated in poetry and song, is our shared inheritance and our shared identity. But after 14 years under the Tories, half our bird species and a quarter of our mammal species are at risk of extinction. Our once pristine waterways are overflowing with raw, toxic sewage. There are many times in our history when Labour's had to clean up the Tories' mess, but never quite as literally as this. The Tories boasted about their bonfire of the regulations as they shredded the rules that protect us. This led to abuses in so many sectors, including water regulation. The Conservatives just stood back and watched as raw sewage polluted our rivers and customers' money was funnelled into multi-million-pound bonuses and dividend payments while our sewage system crumbled. I'm calling time on all of that today. This government of service will fix the foundations and clean up our waterways. Money ring-fenced for investment will be spent on fixing broken water infrastructure and refunded to customers if it's not. We will ban the multi-million-pound bonuses water bosses paid themselves for overseeing repeated illegal sewage dumping. Bosses who cover up what's going on will face personal criminal charges, including jail time. And we'll power up the regulator with more staff and give them the teeth they need to prosecute the polluters, and it will be paid for by the polluters themselves. The work to fix our broken sewage system starts immediately, with tens of billions of pounds of private sector investment that will create good, well-paid jobs in every single part of our country. That is the biggest ever investment in our water sector, and the second biggest in any part of the economy during the entire lifetime of this government. We'll back our farmers in the fantastic work they do to feed our nation, and we'll work with them to restore nature and stop animal waste, fertiliser and pesticide pollution running into our waterways. We'll protect bees, butterflies and the pollinators that sustain healthy ecosystems. We'll plant more trees along our riverbanks to help the land hold more water and stop flooding. And we'll plant 3 new national forests as we restore the woodlands that are the lungs of our planet, inhaling carbon and breathing out clean air. As life returns to our waterways, we'll celebrate with 9 new national river walks and open up more of our countryside for every family to enjoy. We'll end the throwaway society by creating new jobs, reusing and recycling materials as we work towards a circular economy that protects nature and our precious climate. Conference, this is where change begins. We'll clean up our rivers, back our farmers, restore habitats for wildlife and end the throwaway society. There is no foundation we have to fix that's more important than nature, because everything else depends on it. The next generation must have the same chance we had to look up at the night sky and wonder. Our legacy will be to give our children back the natural world that is their birthright. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve. Conference, to introduce Ed Miliband, please welcome Charlie Wheel.
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Charlie Wheel, and I'm a cafe owner from Deal in Kent on the Kent coast. Not only is this my first... Thank you. Not only is this my first conference, and not only am I a first-time speaker, but this summer I voted Labour for the first time in my life. I voted Labour because I felt let down by the previous government and their failure to protect business owners like myself. I voted Labour because of the experiences I've faced in the past few years trying to make ends meet to keep my business afloat and pay the bills. People like me have suffered for 14 years under the Tories. My partner Michelle and I, we bought the business, the cafe, in the shadow of coronavirus in June 2020. Nobody could have predicted the impact that would have had on our country and on our economy. But the past 14 years of Conservative government has decimated our economy and has made owning a small business like ours almost impossible. One of the biggest costs we face is our energy cost. Prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we had already committed to a fixed term which offered us some protection at least. However, that ran out, and my new contract now represents a 40% increase in our energy cost. And that was the best we could find. As Putin manipulated oil and gas markets, the impact has certainly been felt in our small corner of the UK. It was because the Tories left us so reliant on these international markets for our power supply, we have been unable as a nation to keep control of our energy prices. Their failure has left us as a nation exposed to bills that fluctuate every 6 months, making it impossible for businesses to plan ahead, and companies like ours are paying the price. Part of the reason I voted Labour in the election was their mission to invest in clean, domestically produced energy that we can rely on. Their plan for energy independence will be crucial for businesses like ours, providing us with investment certainty to investing in growth and the confidence to grow our business. It's excellent that Ed Miliband and his team have been working at speed to pursue this mission, like setting up Great British Energy to take back control of our energy system, energy security, lower bills, good jobs and climate action. These are the reasons why I'm so proud to support this party. And it is now my honour and privilege to introduce the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, Ed Miliband.
You did a great job, Paul. You did a great job. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, friends, and it is great to be here in Liverpool. And I want to start by thanking my brilliant ministerial team who are with us: Miata Farnbula, Phil Hunt, Sarah Jones, Michael Shanks, Kerry McCarthy, and let's hear it for Charlie and his brilliant speech. And I want to thank each and every one of you for the work you did at the election to sweep away the Tories that failed the British people over 14 long, wasted years. The governments of Cameron, May, Johnson, Truss, Sunak, consigned to the dustbin of history thanks to your hard work. And let's thank our leader. Let's thank our leader, Keir Starmer, who led us out of the wilderness to election victory. But friends, we fought that election, not for ourselves, but with one simple idea: things can and must be better for the British people. We must build a country that puts working people first once again. And just look at what your Labour government has been able to do in energy policy alone in a few short weeks. The onshore wind ban, in place for 9 years under the Tories, swept away in 72 hours under Labour. Cheap, clean solar power, blocked for years under the Tories, unlocked in the first week of a Labour government for hundreds of thousands of homes. Offshore wind, trashed under the Tories, roaring back under Labour with the most successful renewable auction in history. That's the difference the Labour government makes. And I'll tell you something else that has changed. Now, this may surprise you, but you know, the last Tory government, they believed in public ownership of our energy infrastructure, but only if it was by foreign governments. We believe the British people have the right to own and benefit from our natural resources. And friends, we're making it happen. Great British Energy, demanded by this conference, at the heart of our manifesto, overwhelmingly backed by the public, now being delivered by your Labour government. That's the difference the Labour government makes. And friends, my message today is this: we've only just started. You know, of course the country faces hard times. There is no doubt the Tories have left Britain in a complete mess. But hear me when I say this. Because we are Labour, tough times mean we don't lower our sights, we raise them. Why? Because for every family in poverty, every young person denied opportunity, every community locked out of prosperity, the challenges they face after 14 years of the Tories demand more ambition from us, not less. So our inheritance is a call to greater action and a decade of national renewal. And at the election, there was an argument about our country's future. The Tories and their friends on the right said we should turn away from climate action and clean energy. We said no, and we won the argument. And I'll tell you why. And I'll tell you why. Because the British people know our mission to make Britain a clean energy superpower is the way to put energy policy back in the service of working people. Social justice, economic justice, climate justice. That's the mission of this Labour government. Now, as Charlie said, the Tory energy failure has left us exposed as a country, with the British people paying the price, at the mercy of global fossil fuel markets. That is why energy prices will rise once again on October the 1st. And there is only one way for us to fix the Tory mess: our mission for clean power by 2030. Onshore wind, solar power, offshore wind, nuclear, tidal, hydrogen, carbon capture, an armoury of clean power. Friends, I tell you this, while the Tories left us weak and vulnerable, this Labour government will break the power of the petrostates and dictators over our energy policy. In words that will sound familiar, we can, we must, we will take back control of our energy policy. And we will bring this opportunity to your area with our local power plan for local neighbourhoods. Solar panels on your local school, your local housing estate, your community centre, turbines, batteries, thousands of projects across Britain tackling fuel poverty, led by Labour local authorities. That's the difference a Labour government makes. And we've only just started. We all know that the poorest people in our country often live in cold, drafty homes. Many rent from private landlords below decent standards. Friends, I say it's a Tory legacy. It's a Tory scandal. It's a Tory outrage. This Labour government will not tolerate it. So I can tell you today, we will end this injustice. Decent standards for private rented homes, warmer homes, lower bills. That's the difference a Labour government makes. And because being Labour means in tough times we raise our sights, we don't lower them, I can today announce that we will go further. With Angela Rayner, we will ensure that families living in council homes, families living in all types of social housing have these standards too. Over 1 million families lifted out of fuel poverty. That is the difference a Labour government makes. And our mission, our energy policy, is about delivering economic justice too. You know, clean energy is the biggest economic opportunity of our time. But for years, our country has been failed by the Tory fly-by-night, short-term, free market nonsense that failed Britain's workers. But friends, no more. Under this Labour government, as Rachel Reeves so brilliantly said this morning, industrial policy is back. We care about what we make, where things are made, and who makes them. And I promise you this, I will use every lever we have to win jobs and build new industries for Britain. Great British Energy, the National Wealth Fund, the British Jobs Bonus. And let's spell out what this future means. Jobs building carbon capture and storage. Jobs manufacturing electrolyzers for hydrogen. Jobs constructing the next generation of nuclear power stations. Jobs manufacturing for floating wind. Using the skills of our North Sea workers in oil and gas and to decarbonise our country. A plan to re-industrialise Britain. That's the difference a Labour government makes. And I'll tell you another difference. I'll tell you another difference. And I said this to the energy companies on day one. There can no longer be the belief, as there was under the Tories, that these new industries could be a union-free zone. Let the message go out from this conference. Decent pay, good conditions, workers and unions must be at the heart of these new industries we build. That is the difference a Labour government makes. And just as we will do right by today's generations in our energy policy, so we will do right by past generations that powered our country. Across Britain, hundreds of thousands went down the mines. Too often, they paid the price in ill health and even with their lives. I know it from my own constituency. We owe them the greatest debt, but we know there is unfinished business. The scandal of the mine workers' pension scheme. And so this Labour government will honour the promise in our manifesto to finally deliver justice to mine workers and their families. That is the difference a Labour government makes. Social justice, economic justice, and climate justice too. The greatest moral obligation we have is to do right by our children, our grandchildren, and the generations to come. You know, the Tories used to say that because Britain was just 1% of global emissions, that was somehow an excuse for inaction. And under them, Britain shrank and deserted the global stage. We say never again. We can only keep future generations safe if we show global climate leadership, using the power of our example at home to demand that others act too. That's why later this week, Keir and I will be representing you on behalf of the British government at the United Nations with one clear message. Britain is back in the business of climate leadership, getting serious about shifting away from fossil fuels. Every major company with proper climate plans, the first major country in the world to set the goal of clean power by 2030. That is what we mean by climate leadership. That's the difference a Labour government can make and will make. Social justice, economic justice, climate justice. And my friends, as we face the big challenges of today, tough times, let's take inspiration from the Labour governments of the past, on whose shoulders we stand today. Think for a minute about what they achieved in their time, despite all the difficulties they faced. In 1945, our party, Labour, created the NHS, despite inheriting a country ravaged by war. In 1964, our party, Labour, built the future, despite a legacy of 13 Tory wasted years. In 1997, our party, Labour, created the minimum wage, rebuilt the NHS, and established parliaments for Scotland and Wales after 18 years of decline and division. There is a lesson here. Those who went before us did not lower their sights in response to hard times, they raised them. Now this is our chance, in our time, to write a new chapter in the history of our great country. That is our obligation to the British people. Every day in government, a chance to change Britain for the better. And I want to end on a more personal note. I lost the general election in 2015. In tough times, you sustained me. You kept me going. And now you have given me the chance to serve. I will not let you down. Friends, Labour is back. Britain is back. And we have indeed only just started. Thank you very much. 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 Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ed. We now move to the composite motion on the Clean Energy Mission, moved by Sefton Central CLP and then seconded by Rutherglen CLP. If the delegates could make their way to the stage, please.
Louise Collins, Sefton Central CLP. I'm here to talk about clean energy. My dad was an engineer. Started out in Teesside in the petrochemical industry, and then he moved on to oil and gas before going on to nuclear. In the mid-80s, he went up to Grangemouth and then down to Fife and Dunbar, where he started the commissioning of the Torness power station. From university, as my first proper non-Saturday job, I worked with him at Sellafield on the cooling systems of the Thorpe plant. From Ferrybridge in the 70s to Sizewell B and beyond, name a power station, my dad probably worked on it. The cost of living crisis that started with Cameron and Osborne's ideological and vindictive austerity policies was further exacerbated by the events in Russia, and we have to recognise the impact sky-high energy prices have on families and businesses across our country. The Tories left us exposed to international fossil fuel suppliers controlled by dictators like Putin. The hospitality industry, where thousands of people work, has seen this impact directly. According to UK Hospitality, last year, 4,600 venues closed their doors permanently as a direct result of rising energy costs. The failure to invest in clean energy has left a legacy of high energy bills, energy insecurity, and a lack of clean energy jobs. Last year, I sat here at conference and I listened to Angela Rayner talk about the need for new homes. She laid out an ambitious building programme. Yesterday, that was reaffirmed. Let's make these new homes as energy efficient as possible, and let's deliver a warm homes plan to upgrade our existing housing stock. Net zero isn't something we have to be afraid of. We can meet our future energy needs cleanly. We don't have to be overly dependent on foreign supplies. I'm a proud Teessider, smoggy, that's what we're called. We were at the heart of the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century, pioneers in iron and steel and our railways. We led the world in innovation. The legacy of generations of working people, like my dad, who were in the energy field. We can lead again. We need to be brave. We need to be ambitious. We can transition and we can decarbonise. We can create new jobs and ensure the British people benefit from these new green initiatives. This Labour government has already made a flying start. Lifting the ban on onshore wind, getting more solar projects off the ground, securing projects that renewables can power up to 11 million homes. They're putting international leadership back at the heart of Labour government. Yep, finishing off now. Net zero is not a dirty word. I'll still be a smoggy, but I'll be a clean one. Conference, please support. Thank you.
Afternoon conference. I'm proud to second the motion and support my MP and the Minister for Energy, Michael Shanks. As a councillor in Rutherglen, in Scotland, I know that GB Energy will make a difference in the lives of my constituents and families across Scotland. GB Energy will deliver cleaner and more secure energy to drive down bills and create jobs for the future. GB Energy, a publicly owned clean energy company, will own, manage and operate clean power projects such as wind farms across the country. From oil and gas to onshore and offshore wind, Scotland has always been at the heart of UK energy industry, and yet we have been victim to the volatile global fossil fuel markets and energy bill shocks after Putin invaded Ukraine. This has had a terrible impact on families in Scotland. The Climate Change Committee is clear that the greatest protection from another cost of living crisis is homegrown, British-based renewable energy. GB Energy will invest clean power projects across the United Kingdom, such as wind farms, which are the cheapest forms of power generation to build and operate. Scotland already has a thriving renewable sector and has made enormous contribution with both onshore and offshore wind and solar projects across the country. Scotland has the potential to be a world leader in renewables, but for too long, the SNP has squandered these opportunities, allowing key jobs and industries to go abroad. The skills and expertise of Scotland's energy workforce will be key to a successful energy transition, and we are determined to secure the energy jobs of the future in communities right across the country. GB Energy will drive forward our clean power mission from Scotland and secure the future of Scottish industries, from offshore wind to carbon capture or hydrogen. This is an enormous opportunity for Scotland to pave the way in industries of the future and benefit from new jobs as we transition away from oil and gas. This will make our country energy independent and tackle climate change and saves families money. Conference, please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. I will now take some speakers from the floor in rounds of 3, so please could people indicate. Great. Let's go to the gentleman in the blue T-shirt there. The lady in the front over there, in the pale top, and the delegate at the end there in the white shirt. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Christopher George and I'm from Twickenham CLP. I'm a first-time speaker and a first-time delegate, so thank you very much. As a first-time delegate, can I please just thank the staff from the party and from across the venues for making such an enjoyable experience so far and all their help and support. Thank you. The scale of the climate crisis should not be underestimated. It is my generation that will carry the burden of it as we live our lives. That is why I spent months campaigning in a key battleground seat in Chelsea and Fulham, trudging through the wind and the rain, much like today, because we needed a government that took it seriously. Conference, we now have that government. Our ambition must match the scale of the challenge that we face. Publicly owned clean energy, a national wealth fund, driving towards net zero, ending fuel poverty. These are ambitious moves that we need. These are the changes that we need. The decisions made today and by our government will define my life and those in my generation. It will determine the world in which we seek to start families. It will set the course for further work to build a future fit for all. A country in which all people can not merely survive but thrive. Inaction today will cost us more tomorrow. Action is not only right, but economically good. I ask that we support this motion, not just for those of us in this room and those across the country, but for those who will inherit what we leave behind. Thank you very much.
Hello, Conference. Nicole Trahey, Chelsea and Fulham delegate, first-time speaker. And we've just voted in our first ever Labour Member of Parliament, Ben Coleman, for Chelsea and Fulham. Chelsea is Labour. I'm also a councillor for Hammersmith and Fulham, Fulham being the crossover, and can't see my words suddenly. Anyway, and the chair of the Climate and Ecology Policy and Accountability Committee. I welcome this motion as it introduces a multi-pronged approach to mitigating climate change and advancing our efforts to net zero. In Hammersmith and Fulham, we've declared a climate emergency and are aiming at net zero by 2030. Hammersmith and Fulham have launched the largest local authority green bond in the country, looking to raise up to 5 million people for climate-related projects locally as a local authority. It's a rare win-win. The council benefits by being able to borrow for green projects at a more competitive rate, and residents are able to invest from as little as £5 and get a fixed low tax return. Not forgetting the environmental benefits, because we can invest in projects to promote active travel and prevent flooding. Unfortunately, we don't have space in Hammersmith and Fulham for a wind farm, but we have just launched our first solar farm on the roof of a local school. The scheme will generate clean green electricity to power more than a third of the school's needs, and it's expected to save the school around £2,000 annually. The community ownership model, giving residents the chance to invest upwards of £50 in solar installation and earn a return. So that's the plug over. Investment in clean energy nationally is essential to protect us from dictators like Putin and to stop funding his malevolence through Russian energy profiteering. I commend our ministers and members of Parliament for their ambition on climate and ecology. Conference, I urge you to support this motion.
Good afternoon. I'm Matthew Nicholas. I'm from Northampton CLP, where for the first time in 19 years we now have 2 Labour Members of Parliament in Northampton. Huge congratulations to both Lucy Rigby and Mike Reeder. I'm speaking in support of the Clean Energy motion. We are in a climate emergency. Northampton Town Council, on which I'm proud to serve as a Labour councillor, declared a climate emergency in our first year of existence in 2021. The Labour Welsh Senate became the first parliament in the world to declare a climate emergency in 2019. Every reliable scientist, every expert says that we need to address this climate crisis now. If young people are to have a future to look forward to, we have to bring down emissions and reverse the effects of climate change. Clean energy must be at the forefront of that. I was delighted to meet Ed Miliband, canvassing for the wonderful Jen Kitchen in Wellingborough in the by-election in February. They're our next-door neighbours over in Wellingborough. We took him to the village of Isham, where we looked over at the Burton Wold wind farm. 10 wind turbines in the beautiful Northamptonshire countryside, producing enough clean, renewable energy to cover 10,000 homes. I could see his enthusiasm after a successful session on the doors, the determination to invest in clean energy up and down the country, the anticipation for the opportunity a Labour government that isn't afraid of clean energy has to embrace the huge advantages in technology in the last 14 years that allow us to invest in our future. That's why, on day 4 of the Labour government, we removed the ban on onshore wind. This morning we talked about growth. I just want to say that this mission will encourage growth hugely, and that's why we should support the motion. Thank you.
Keir Starmer, who will be joined on stage for an in-conversation event with Debbie Weinstein, Managing Director of Google, UK and Ireland. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Terrific. Welcome, Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of people in here.
There are a lot of people.
This is good.
Yes, we're excited. We're excited. I'm going to get right into some questions for you.
Fantastic.
We know that you have been clear that growth is your top mission, which I have to say is music to everyone in this audience's ears. What changes have you made or begun to make to bring that growth to reality?
Well, growth is the number one mission, absolutely. And that means wealth creation is the number one mission. And it may seem a bit odd to hear a Labour Prime Minister say that in some respects, because it's not normally what a Labour government starts with, but it is the number one. I think in terms of what have you done, what are the changes, the first change is the mindset, which is being really clear, this is the priority. We're going to have a mission-driven government, which means a driving sense of purpose. 5 missions, the first of which is economic growth, but all the others then support that. So the health mission is to support growth, the energy mission is to support growth, the skills and education is to support growth, and the safe environment for individuals and, of course, businesses is to support growth. So it's that mindset. That then translates, and this is where the last few weeks have been really important, because we've obviously got to take difficult decisions. And when we take them, the question that I ask of the teams is it helping growth or is it not? And if the answer is it's helping growth, then we should be trying to do it. And if it's not such a priority. And then, what sits behind that is the one thing that so many businesses have said to me is the sort of, if you like, the foundational stone of economic growth, which is economic stability. I've had no end of conversations with businesses about what's been the inhibitor of the last few weeks, last few years, what's been the challenge, why has investment not been where we would have expected to see it? And the answer to that has come back many, many times. Instability, chopping and changing, no clear leadership, no strategic thinking. And then something which has already been mentioned here today, partnership, which is recognising that, yes, a government can set the mission on economic growth, but we can't achieve that without you. And therefore, we need to partner. And I think that a partnership only works if we both understand what we're trying to achieve and that you think it is a good thing. Because I think if businesses are usually pretty good at working out what's going to work and what isn't going to work. And that the government then doesn't try to do what business does because it's not very good at it. And we ask of business to come on this journey for growth with us, but we create the conditions for growth. And that could be technology, that could be the investment in skills and education, it could be what we need to do on planning. All of the decisions we're making in those areas are pretty well reflective of conversations I've had pre-election with businesses across the country. So that's the mindset, and that's why it's really important that we continue to work in partnership. That can't be a sort of something we said before the election. It's now got to be the reality this side of the election, and therefore I sort of reinforce our invitation to everybody in this room and to all businesses to partner with us, tell us how you think it will work, and tell us what the inhibitors are. And one final thing on this is my strong sense is that for different sectors, the inhibitors will be different. And therefore, for some, it's obviously planning and the grid. For others, it's the pace of technology. For others, it's a simple skills problem, that the skills aren't in the right place. So each sector, we need a sort of horizontal industrial strategy. But then I would say, hanging off that vertically, a strategy for each sector that is specific for that sector and on which you have put your fingerprints, please, to help us get this right.
Great. I want to pick up on that idea of partnership with business as well as technology, and I want to ask specifically about AI.
Yeah.
You know that we see an enormous economic opportunity, £400 billion, up to 2.6% annualized GDP growth by 2030 for the UK. How do you see government and business partnering specifically to unlock the AI opportunity?
I think AI is obviously going to be a game changer. You can already see the potential, and we're still in the foothills. I think the first thing is, in answer to your question, the posture, if you like, of the government and of business. Do you lean in that this is a great opportunity, or do you sort of lean out thinking, whoa, this is a bit risky? And I'm a leaner in. I think it's a fantastic opportunity. I can see how it's going to be a great enabler of business, a great enabler and helper of reform in public services. And in a way, AI technology underpins everything that we need to deliver. So I think it's about the posture. There needs to be a framework that works around it. We are in a good position in this country in terms of the global ranking on AI. We've got incredible potential, and we need to recognise that, get ahead of that, and use this to unlock the sort of opportunities of the future. But I think the first thing is to lean into it and say this is an incredible set of opportunities, not to be sort of arm's length thinking I'm a bit worried about this, because I think we will lose our ranking on the world stage in terms of being able to be at the forefront of this if we don't lean in, go fast, and see it as a great enabler. There are so many. I mean, AI, working with a radiologist, is 6 times more accurate at doing scans for cancer at an early stage. That is just a very small glimpse of some of the incredible things that we will get if we get this right on technology.
Absolutely. And I'm going to ask one more question, and then I'll open it up to the audience. And it sort of relates to this area of investment. Google has deep roots in the UK. Yeah. We obviously have been here for over 20 years, 7,000 people, billions invested.
In my constituency.
In your constituency.
It's really good.
Yep, we absolutely love being there.
I signed the beam at the top of the building. What do you call it?
Yes, the topping out ceremony.
Topping out ceremony.
Of our new office that'll open next year. I would love to know, how would you make the case for further investment from a company like mine?
I think investment predominantly and firstly does depend on economic stability. I think many investors need to know that they've got confidence to put their money in. And that's why it's almost non-party political point, but the chopping and changing of the last few years in this country has been really damaging for investment, because I think investors have sort of held back. Now we've got a big mandate. And that's not political boasting. That means that we can take decisions based on years rather than months. We can have a strategy that will roll out over 5 or 10 years. It's why I want mission-driven government. And when that's harnessed with some of the brilliant things that we have in this country, our universities are world-leading, our research is world-leading. There are some sectors where we're so ahead of the game. And I think that if we wind that in with a clear strategy, we create the best conditions for investment, which we desperately need. We want that investment. We want to give confidence. We're a huge economy as well. Sometimes we forget, sort of 6th biggest economy in the world, a very rich environment for investment. If we, are clear about the conditions for investment, if we listen to investors about what's inhibited them and make sure that we change the barriers to investment and get that investment in. And it can be a partnership. I think that, I do think you can have public investment, obviously, but it shouldn't be in a separate column. It should be catalytic. It should be there to ensure that public investment is used to help the bumps in the road for private investment. So private investment might say, well, we do want to put some money in, but at this stage of the journey, it's a bit risky for us. So this is where we need a bit of partnership, a bit of help. So it's not a sort of rival scheme. It's not a separate column. It's actually a clever use of public investment alongside private investment. So that's the way I see it. And when I say that's the way I see it, this is an ongoing conversation with you, because a lot of our thinking on the economy has come from my conversations with people in this room and similar people across the country. None of what Rachel Reeves was talking about today, none of what we're talking about economically has been plucked from the sky. It's all actually the product of ongoing conversations with you. You've put your fingerprints on our policy, for which thank you, and continue to do that, because you can help us shape this.
Very good. I'm now going to come to the audience for some Q&A, and I would actually love to call on some folks. I'm looking for Chris O'Shea, if he's in the audience, and Catherine Bennett, if she's in the audience, as well as Simon Roberts. from Sainsbury's. If they could put their hands up and we'll get you some microphones.
Thank you. Prime Minister, it's Chris O'Shea from Centrica. How would you say that companies and government can work together to unlock investment in net zero, boosting energy security and making sure that UK taxpayers and UK bill payers benefit from clean, secure and homegrown energy?
Well, look, firstly, thank you for raising this, because energy prices and the enormous variation in prices over recent years and the hiking of prices has been a massive problem for businesses. You know, whether it's pharma, whether it's energy intensive, whether it's so many different businesses, it has been a real problem, as it has been for families in terms of the cost of living crisis. So dealing with energy is a major challenge for us. It comes at a time of huge opportunity, because there is going to be a transition to renewables. It is going to happen. And you know, it's probably, what, once every generation, maybe every other generation, we go through a transition of energy. You know, coal to oil and gas now to renewables. We go through these periods in history, and I'm a believer in running towards the transition and making the most of it, because it's a fantastic set of opportunities. Because renewables are cheaper in terms of the energy that will be produced. They give us a stability if we're able to develop the technologies in this country, and we've got an abundance of abilities to harness renewables. They give us the next generation of jobs in renewables, and not just for 5 years or 10 years, but for many years to come. And of course they're important to net zero and what we need to do for the planet. So I think we should run towards it. We should partner with business running towards it. This is an area where the government needs to set the strategic direction and do some of the hard yards early on to make the path to development easier for business to do. But whether it's onshore, offshore wind, whether it's solar, hydrogen, nuclear, of course, is part of the mix. All of these technologies are moving forward at pace. Almost every business is trying to get ahead on renewables. I think it's a great opportunity. So I think it deals with the challenge of the last few years, which has been high energy prices. There's no doubt about that, but brings with it an incredible opportunity. And the opportunity is there for old-fashioned manufacturing. Look at the incredible skills that goes into the manufacturing of offshore wind turbines. They're incredible pieces of engineering. The engineering that goes into the making of aeroplanes, which will be flying using different fuels, is incredibly exciting. Same in vehicles and across the piece. So, you know, I think it's a real game changer. We need to run towards it.
Very good. And Catherine, CEO of the High Value Manufacturing.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Wonderful to hear you talking about manufacturing. So the manufacturing catapult is all about supporting advanced manufacturing, and a sector that we need to shout about a lot, £500 billion of GDP contribution every year. We were delighted to host you in Bristol for your New Year's speech, and wow, you've been pretty busy since then. We've had lots of conversations today here, and obviously heard the Chancellor and the Business Secretary talk about industrial strategy, and you've touched on it a bit. And one phrase really chimed with me that the Business Secretary said about you want to be a government of service. And I think in industry and business and with the catapults, we also want to be part of that service. So how can we all help you deliver that mission that you're focused on for economic growth?
Well, look, thank you for raising manufacturing. I don't know whether I've ever mentioned, but my dad was a tool maker. You know, which obviously is something I've said a number of times, but it also goes deep with me. So, and until I went to university, I hadn't been in a workplace environment that wasn't a factory, where manufacturing was going on. So it is really in my blood. And when I go into manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, seeing some of the things we saw in the new year, it is incredible to see the pace of development from the sort of manufacturing that my dad was involved in. He was a precision engineer in tool making, and therefore he was working with lumps of metal and using various techniques to turn them into shapes that could be used for injection mouldings. And to now see the different ways that that is done, the sort of printing of metal in a different way is incredible. So what we need to do is see manufacturing as an essential part of the future, support it. Again, it's something we're really good at. We've just let it fall into abeyance in too many areas. So I want to see it go forward. I think there's a challenge there with skills, because I don't think we value manufacturing enough. And I don't think that children and young people necessarily think of an apprenticeship in manufacturing because they're not really encouraged and they don't really know what it involves. But every time I've been to a manufacturing place, Airbus was one of the examples, the research, you see young people really proud of what they're doing in manufacturing. In that particular case, sort of pushing on with the next generation of aircraft wing. And they felt that not only to have a secure, good, well-paid, skilled job of which they were proud, they felt like they were revolutionaries, that they were creating something which in years to come would be powering our planes, and everybody would sort of look back with pride and say, that's some of the work that I was involved in. So I'm very encouraging of this. In terms of working together, the best thing we can do is keep talking, and you must keep talking to us. And this is a more general point than manufacturing. If there's a frustration that you can't seem to get through to the right person in government, come through my office, unlock that, because I do know that's a frustration. You want to work with government, but every time you manage to get through on the phone, someone says, really good, love to work with you, but that's not quite my brief, it's somebody else's. And by the time you've had half a dozen of those calls, you're terribly frustrated. I will make facilities in my office to make sure that you can at least be put in touch with the right person to have the conversation that you need to have, because this has got to be a partnership.
Very good. And Simon Roberts from Sainsbury's. There you, just here. Do we have a microphone, please? Thanks.
Good to see you again. I think we walked around your store.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Prime Minister. Thank you. Look, a lot of great discussion today about growth, and the question really is on these big, important changes coming up to making work pay. How can and will the government partner with business to really make sure this change makes the difference we all want to make it see, and of course also enable businesses to invest in the skills and the capabilities and the productivity that's going to need to go alongside that to really drive growth?
Yeah, I think this is really important, because what we're doing in terms of the rights of people at work has got two prongs to it. The first prong is about the basic respect and dignity that I think people should have at work, and I think it's really important. The second is economic growth. I believe that, and I think all good businesses believe, that a workforce that is properly treated and feels respected is far more productive than a workforce which is demoralised and feels driven down. And most of what's in the New Deal for working people is stuff which good businesses tend to do anyway, because they recognise that trade-off. So actually, I think it's to be seen in that context of economic growth, as well as a good thing in and of itself. And that is in itself a form of investment as we go forward, because productivity is one of the things where we've got to just up our game, frankly, across the board. Our productivity isn't where it needs to be. That's frustrating for me. I know it's frustrating for you. But if we can drive productivity up, we can do a huge amount of the heavy lifting into the economic growth mission. So that's the way I see it.
Yeah, very good. Well, I think we've had a great conversation. We have heard the invitation to keep talking and keep calling your office. Any final words you wanted to give to the audience? It looks like you have something on your mind.
Yeah, no, I do. This is almost the most important thing. I don't want this sort of event to be a one-off. It's got to be a rolling conversation. And I know it is harder to sustain in government because there's so much coming at you. But it is very important that we don't lose that. And I want you, if you take away one thing from this session, it is my willingness to not just say the words partnership, but to enact and enable that partnership. And that means you having the right to badger us if you don't feel you're getting the conversations that you need. Our decisions will be better if we are talking to you and taking into account what you say. You are better in your sectors than government ever will be. And I've been a great believer all my life in listening to people who know what they're talking about. It has really helped us so far. I don't want to lose that. So, as I say, if there's one thing to take away from this, it's not a one-off discussion on a stage this afternoon. It's an invitation to continue a way of working that I think we've done pretty well at, but I want to make sure that we continue at. So thank you very much. Thanks for being here. And thanks for all that you're doing in each of your sectors.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.